Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay. It will do. Okay, so need to clean up a bunch of these. So many functions. think my audio is cutting in and out. Let's see what we can do about that. I guess I just got to talk into it a bit more. And I need to get my coffee. Right. I am back. Let's see what we Okay. I have a whole bunch of functions and these are defined in the Zig file. Then I have I'm taking the game export out of WebAssembly, creating an entirely new variable. Then I wrap the object, because what I'm trying to do is add additional functionality to the base functionality. Yeah, and I wonder if harpoon is even done. Harpoon build is still busted. I'm gonna have to look at that. Yeah. And then the other problem I have is all this code. So I have to restructure a whole bunch of code. And then what I also have yeah, it's my JSON, which I use as kind of like a database to store all my game information. So I need to tackle something. Yeah. Okay, so we need to set a goal. Trying to pull that byte. Where are we pulling that byte from? Test image. Pulling it here. This is test image. Literally reading. We're literally reading in the JSON file. We're getting the value of test image bytes. And it's an array of arrays. So that's 1 byte. So we're gonna pull in the 1 byte. Then we're gonna go get the first array and get the first item of the first array. And then pull it in. Now, what I'm confused about is, what are we pulling in the first key? The first entry here? Like, I go, that. We're not even, yeah. We are not even using it. So what happens? Right? Pretty sure. It's 200 because it's the first one. So we would have to pull in. Okay, so I need to make a note, which is returns the first element of the center array. So as an example, array was, and this would return one. Okay, good to know. Okay, so if I'm going to pull in all the bytes from here, I want to get all the bytes. We know that a single byte will carry 4 records, RGBA. So in order to pass in order to get a particular image, we'd have to pass in an ID of an image, something we want to get, and then we would pull in all the bytes, and we would just assume that each byte, that each RGBA entry array is like 1 pixel of the whole thing. So if you have like a 4x4, so I guess it's not byte, it's pixels, right? So an image could be a 4x4, 4 pixels by 4 pixels, and you pull in RGBA values for each pixel. Okay, so then that means that in order to get a whole bunch of images to output as bytes or as pixels, we need a way to pull in an image and convert it. And ideally, we'd have an editor on the browser where you could submit an image of some kind, or you could manipulate an image and it would turn it into the pixel bytes. And then you could save it, or it would save it for you, something along those lines. Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you could do smart things with that. You could normalize the array entries and compress it further. I mean, yeah, that might be worth exploring, but no. That'd be tough, but at least we know how to. Yeah, at least we know how to get it out. All right. So what we gotta do? I can figure this out. what we're gonna do is restructure this and figure out kind of like our game data. So we want to be able to generate game data that we can use, and kind of do something. The other thing we have to resolve is why the render is not working when I do resize, not recentering. Resize is called, but it's not recentering the game based on the fact that there is now an expanded width and height. So, yeah. Okay. The other thing I don't like here is using JSON for this. I just don't think that it's the right call, because I can't put comments in here because it has to be a well-structured JSON file, and ideally I don't want to be storing all this extra characters. Ideally all I want to be doing is pulling in like binary files. Like I want this super compressed. So man, I have a lot of problems to deal with. This thing's gonna get huge. So what I should do, I'm just trying to think this out in my head. What I should ideally do is, it's not the end of the world if I have JSON, but I should find a way to convert the JSON to like a binary file so that I can pull in JSON when I want to do something like have meaningfully structured code. But even then I don't want to do JSON, because if I do JSON, I can't put comments because then it won't get read. Like I want to have a file format where I can have data structured, but I can put comments about my data, but it's not read. Hang on. Okay, that's here's what I think picks up like all kinds of stuff. I don't understand why. I need to look up. Let's just say like JSON alternatives. That's, I mean YAML, yeah. Can I read? Yeah, you can get a parser in Zig for YAML. I could try. Okay. I'm back. Let's keep going. So okay, so the whole thing that we're trying to figure out here is, do we have a way to not have to use do we have a way not to have to use JSON? Because ideally, I would like to be able to create data structures. I would like to store data in a way that I don't have to have well-formed, like perfectly formed JSON, and I can put comments in it, and then it can just be parsed, right? So okay, examples. Yeah, so what are the examples here? It's a simple, yeah. Guess I can't have my cake and eat it too, can I? Can I do this such that I can read, I can ignore comments? I mean, I'd have to change the JSON parser, and that's just going to be, this might not be a good problem to solve right now. It might be better. Yeah, it might be better to just try and use this for now. And sort out the data structures in the game first. Read them in through Zig. I already have a JSON parser working, which was a pain in the butt to sort out. So I can do that. I can leave this problem for another day. How I structure the data can be solved another day. Right now, can I just access the data? Yes, I can access the data. I can return it here. And I've proven it like that. 200 gets returned. So if I wanted to move forward with this, then I have a whole bunch of options to choose from. One being, where is it? Layers, right? If I just ignore images for now and I ignore any more entity data and I just try and get layers down, and layers would be loading images and entities one over top the other, right? So I could create like a layered scene. That's really what I'm trying to get to. So if I wanted to create layers, then I would have to what would I have to do? If I wanted to create layers, I would have to generate a different set of world data per layer, and each layer would have to have the same amount of rows and columns, but it would have to be like an array of an array of arrays, and each array would subsequently have layers. And then on some layers, all you have to do, if I wanted to keep this like super compressed, like minimal data, I would need to have we need to identify which layers only need a binary 0 or 1 on or off. So a good example of a layer that only needs a binary on or off would be a blocker layer, where you identify portions of the grid that you cannot go over, that an entity cannot go over. Like right now, if I try to go down, if I try to go right, it's not working because in my data, in here, I have the bottom right corner set to 1. So that is a simple 4x4 grid of data that I only need a binary 0, 1. But in other grids, I'm going to need to know, like in other layers, I mean, I'm going to need to know like which image am I rendering in this coordinate, or which entity am I rendering in this coordinate, right? And so I would need to have an identifier of like a reference, row 1, column 1 points to a particular like image or entity that I need to render. The other way that I can go about it is give entities and images or sprites or whatever you want to call them a world, a position in a layer depending on the world loaded. But I don't think that is good either, because then I would have to literally iterate through each sprite and entity and figure out the entire grid. Now, having said that, that might actually be good, because no, it wouldn't be. Wouldn't be good. So another layer can just okay. I think I kind of know like what I want to be doing. So let's assume world data is one map. Okay, so it's just one map. It's like the main map, whatever. Nothing crazy going on, and what would we want to do? We'd want to have we want to have multiple layers, and maybe we'd want to identify the layers, but we could just call it like, we don't need to name each layer. I don't want to be naming every single layer that I work on. So, and again, because I don't want to be carrying strings around, like I want this to be like super compressed data, just stick to. Like I don't have a lot. I'm creating this as if I don't have a lot of memory or space on purpose. So, so it'd be something more along the lines of, you know what? Let's just leave that world data, because then I have to go change the Zig file to go, and then it's going to break. Yeah, okay. So let's just go like world data, right? So your layers are like that. And then what you'd have is, what would you have? Yeah, okay, yeah, exactly. So let's grab this guy. Okay, and whoops. Yeah, that's fine. And then we're going to grab this guy. Nope. Really? Really? There we go. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And yes, that's fine. And then what I want to do is right. And now each layer of, whatever. Let's say this is just the blocker layer, but let's say we wanted to have a layer above, and that layer, let's just put a 0. that layer would reference like an image ID or something. So let's just pretend that we have an array of images and they're just integer. Their IDs are numbers, integers, and they're not referenced by name or anything else like that. So you do something like 10, oops, and then like 13, 8. Okay, now if the nice thing about this is that if I've correctly structured this JSON data, then nothing should break here. If I reload this page and it all breaks, then I have not correctly structured my JSON data. The other thing that I have not done, let's go. Okay. Yeah. And then I need to compile the Zig file, right? Yes. Totally forgotten what the command is for that. Yeah, there it is. Let's see if it's even. Oh. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's do this hard mode. I'm pretty sure. Standing, yeah, test. So the reason why I have to build it again is because I've made a change to the JSON file, and the JSON file is embedded with the WebAssembly code. I don't know if this will work. Yeah, I don't think it works over SSH. SSH does not handle the dynamicness of WSL the same way. So I'm just going to build it on the actual machine. So there we go. It's built. And then what I'm going to do is I'll go back here, and if I reload, nothing should break. Okay, awesome. Okay, now if I wanted to test this further to see who let me check my here. Make sure I can be heard. Yeah, it looks like I can be heard. Yeah. Okay. That's good. That's good. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So now what I should be able to do is I guess I want to go get that data, right? I want to go get this data. So if I'm going to go get this data, then what I got to do is pretty much update test image data. Maybe do something like get world data new, and then pick a coordinate and maybe pass it in as parameter, and then pull that out somehow. That's probably a good thing to check, or probably a good thing to implement, because I'm going to probably use that quite a bit. I suspect what'll happen is I'm going to have a grid that's rendered, and I'm going to depending on the amount of rendered grid items on the screen, because it's going to be like different screen sizes and whatnot, I'm going to want to pick the coordinates that I want to render. So it's like, what would you call that? Occlusion, maybe, where you don't render the entire world. You render the world that is available on screen at any given moment, which means that I should be able to at the very least, pick a specific set of coordinates and say, return to me what's in the world or the map at these specific coordinates. All right, so if I do that, I'm gonna have to clean so much of this up. Can I just pull it in here, or do I want to? No, I think I want to make a new get test data. Okay, so we're gonna pass in two coordinates. That it's gonna be x and y, I guess. So no, 32 x, 2 y, and sure, well, yep, we're gonna output the same thing, so that's fine. Okay, now I'm pretty much going to copy all this. We're going to take it step by step. Okay, so yes, we want to grab the JSON file. Our outer array opt is going to be not test image bytes. It's actually going to be world data new. Okay. So the outer array is there. Now, what I could try to do is literally just pull in the first, nope, the first item here. Right? So what'll happen is it's going to grab the outer array, and then I'm going to go into the first array, which is this guy here, and then oops, and then I'm going to, that's going to become our outer array const, and then we're going to, yeah, we want to make sure that there's at least one element, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Okay, and then this is fine, this is fine. Now we're going to return what? We're going to go into the first array, and then we're going to grab the first integer. So in order to test that we've got it right so far, I'll put in a number that we haven't used yet up here. It's going to be 666. Okay. Okay, so that's getting you test image data. I expect the return to be 666, right? So if I've done this correctly, then what I should be able to do is go build it. Okay, so the compiler for Zig is telling me that I'm not doing this right. And I think I know why, because I've completely gone crazy, and I've I've forgotten how Zig initializes variables as parameters. So it's just, there we go. Okay, build this. These are right unused variables. All right, so let's just try y. Okay, so we're going to pass in y. And I'm just going to pretend like x doesn't exist. We're going to assume x is always 1. Can we just pass it in actually? Let me see. If I go 0 and then item, yeah, why don't we just pass it in? Why don't we just pass it in? Okay. And then build it. Okay, so apparently there is no union, no field named items in union. So when I go outer array.items, it's not picking that up. So I think it might be because of this. I don't think I'm not going deep enough. Okay, so expected type usize found I32. Could I just go U8? And that, I'm not sure if Zig is happy with that or not. Yeah, okay, that is technically a usize, so, right? I just didn't know if you had to like explicitly state like size. But that's fine. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to the, we're gonna go get test image data, get new test image data, okay, and then we're gonna, yeah, XY, and I should put it. All right, now this is just the test image. That's the memory. Let's, you know what? Let's just put it at the top. Who cares? Okay. Actually, do we even need this? I don't even know if we need that. I think we can just call it from within the browser. We don't need to. We can just test it real quick. So I'll reload. And then if I run get new test image data, and let's say I wanted to go 0, 0. Now, hopefully, this is going to return 66. It's not. It returns 154. Because somehow I have screwed this up. So, technically speaking, our layer is yeah, the layer seems right. If I choose item 0 array and then I choose whichever in that array, then what am I coming out with? That's a good question. Okay, so first of all, let's get rid of this because that's not true. I don't have 154 in my son anywhere, right? Nope. Nope. So my outer array is world data new. Yep. I want to get array item 0. Array item 0 should be this. And then it's like that's fine. And then I'm going to go if x is 0, items y is 0. Okay. I think I suspect. Let's see what happens. Okay. So we're going to that. All right. We're not using it, so there's no. Okay, it's built. Now if I refresh this, it's still 150. So I'm not I don't care about this, right? Oops. Yeah, it's still 154. The other thing I could do is just make sure that my that my definition of the function is still 154. 150. Okay. But if I run, oops, get test image data, that's 200. Okay. So I'm doing something wrong. I'm thinking it out. What could I be doing wrong? Perhaps I am not appropriately grabbing the first element in the array, or the first array of arrays. Yeah. I can't think of anything else that it would be, honestly. It's got to be that. All right. So X is the first element of the outer array, which should be the inner array. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Is it nested one more deep? Let's see. That it is. Watch that it's nested one more deep. 200. Okay. No. That tricked me. 0. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to make sure that, like, none. Let's say, like, what? What am I doing? Why is this not? There we go. Whoa, 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 no, wait. I have somehow gotten myself into a weird state. This is weird. What have I done? So weird. Why did I do this? How on earth did I get my Neovim into such a wonderfully easy state? There we go. Is this it? Yeah. Uh, okay. It's my Kinesis keyboard. Apparently I pushed like the exact wrong button. Okay. Now let's try this. Of course, Primogen goes live so that I have no viewers. No viewers from me. Mr. Primogen. Let's see. I'm going to see if Primogen wants to help me with my harpoon setup on my... Okay, let's see. Yeah, Primogen took all my viewers. Okay, whatever. I'm gonna keep going. All right, fine. So I wonder what happens if I just go deeper. Like, let's just go deeper. 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 So let's say we go, and I've built it. Yeah, so now it's a 0. Let's try this. Maybe we've gone too far. No such thing. No such thing. Okay, so that built. And I can just... Okay, 8. That's a number that I recognize. Have I gone too deep? What happened? I've gone too deep. Oh no, that's still 8. How on earth? I built it, right? And it looks like it's built, yeah. I'm not, yeah, getting you, yeah, it's 8. So if I do this right and I put in 9, split, crash, 8. Okay, so yeah, we've got a problem. So when I deal with world data, I'm mostly converting to I32 and just taking this block, like the slice of data, and shipping it. But that world data comes from this. And that's not what I want to do. What I want to do is I want to grab the array of test image byte, like test image bytes. Just like this, right? I want to grab this. This would be like 0, 0, 0, 0, yeah? So 0, 0, 0 should be the same thing, right? And yeah, 0. Should be like that. Should absolutely be like this. We've done exactly the same thing. $154 again. Just watching the Primogen briefly because he got excited about his own keylogger. Sure. Wow. Mr. Primogen. Wow. Here's what I'm going to do. Anyways, okay. So I think what's happening here is that I'm not properly referencing the array items. I could pull the location that the array lives in memory and have JavaScript just iterate over it and get it. Maybe. I'm not sure. What else could I do? I'm getting crazy now. Getting desperate. Let's see what happens again. Oh, it's 0. And it should still be 0 no matter how deep I go, right? Even if I go, let's say, let's say I do this. Even if I build that guy. Yeah, it'd still be 0. Okay. All right. Let's see. That's still 8. Let me see what happens when I just manipulate the index here. Still 8. Okay, let's try that. Yeah. I don't have 8 anywhere here, so this is not right. It's weird that it works up here and not when I have like an array of arrays. Yeah, world data new. I don't think I have any formatting issues with it. The other thing I could try and do just to be sure is remove the built WASM file and then rebuild it fresh. It's still an 8. Just for, let's see if I32 does anything different. Yeah, that's not helpful at all, is it? Okay. I'm doing something wrong. There's this. File, JSON write object, JSON parse object. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Yeah, oh. Parsed value, yeah. Okay. So, sudo array this. Okay. You're going to go yeah. Okay, return first element of the first element of the first. This won't work though. It will not work. And now 150. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad value, it's just not the value we're looking for. And I wonder if it's because of this. Um, 22. Okay, so that was the whole problem this whole time. I had it right the whole time. I spent all that time on the stupidest thing. Of course, a U8 is not going to exceed a certain size. What does some U8, if there even is, well, 666 isn't going to be. Okay, can we go like bit width of. Anyways, that was the whole point. Obviously, that was the whole point, or that was the whole issue. The whole issue was that I was exceeding the number that I'm trying to use here. So if I put 666 or whatever, then it doesn't work. Now, if I also put in 2, 2, nope, sorry. Yep. Now, 22, 10. Yep. Yeah. And so now we can iterate the array. Perfect. That was way too frustratingly annoying. I should have known better than to attempt to do it like that. Okay, that's fine. We can continue. break there. Hey, Jordan. Um, the the game. What kind of game is it? I'm recreating a game from the Super Nintendo. Here, I'll just. So I'm running it on the browser. It's going to be with WebAssembly. It's really stupid, but that's not the game. The game that I'm. This one. So it's a game called Uncharted Waters, New Horizons, and basically you have like a fleet of ships, and you travel around the globe and building up your fleet. You trade, so it's got like a market, like a global market, and then like markets for countries and stuff. And there's pirating, so you can like pirate fleets. You can be like a merchant. I guess that would be trade merchant. You can explore, so you can find like ancient places and turn it in for fame and gold. You can go explore for treasure and artifacts, bring it back. And then there's like a overall story. There's 6 characters, and each character has their own story, but they overlap. So as you play through any one character, you're gonna, I think you run into every other character. I'm pretty sure at some point. So you play through all 6 characters, and it gives you like a full overview of the whole story. Yeah, so I'm recreating it on the browser with Zig and WebAssembly, and yeah, I was just working away on it while I was watching Primogen, because he's taken all my viewers. So you're the only one here now. What am I using JSON for? All right, this is actually what I was doing before Primogen came in. So I want to maintain my game data. Like, I want to have my data in some kind of file. I'm not sold on JSON, but I want to have very compressed, minimal set of data for every aspect of my game. So I just started using JSON and parsing it in Zig, because it was the only thing that I could figure out at the time. So I'm doing that here. I'm just reading in the JSON data and then pulling in the information that I want to pull in from it, and then passing it on to the JavaScript file on the front end. I don't know if I like that solution, and I was literally just thinking about using something else, because I don't want to be stuck having to create well-structured JSON. Like if you have like a bad comma or whatever, the whole thing breaks, and I don't really want to do that. Plus, I need to have some flexibility because I don't want to be storing strings. I just want to be storing integers. So like maybe a binary file, and I thinking I might need some like commenting. I'm not sure. So I'm trying. This is literally what I was looking at before Prime got on, to see if JSON is what I want ultimately. But at least for the short term, JSON will do. And I can read it, and I can use it, and I can structure some data, and I can figure it out. But I don't like it. Betting on assembly, what I'm going to do is create something like a class, but more like a struct. And we'll call it models. It's like a spec for packets or protocols. Each model will have a version, and I will use it with a binary file for storing game data. Yeah. So what are you gonna do? Store it in like an assembly file that's a struct or a class? Isn't that bound to assembly anyway? But I'm betting on SOA and assembly where data is stored like in a database where each array is a memory page. Yeah, okay, so you're kind of thinking what I'm thinking. Where I don't want to store it in this way. I would prefer to store it as like a binary file, and you're reading in the binary, and maybe you have some padding, exactly like what you're saying. Maybe there's padding, or there's another delimiter that that tells you where the beginning and end of a slice of memory is, but the memory is the data, so like it's one and the same. So when you load it and it comes part of the package, you're just reading in, you know, a normal set of data like it's a memory essentially. Which it's kind of what I'm trying to accomplish with the JSON thing here, but JSON's a bad format, a bad packager for it. 0x90 is not. 0x0 is add by something. So I don't pad with 00 anymore. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you're talking super I don't even I don't even remember that. You didn't come into my memory until you said it. But yeah, there's got to be a different way to do a delimiter of the data. Anyway, yeah, that's what I'm trying to do, and it's been fun, but you definitely have to think about how you want to structure your data and how you want to store it. That's definitely an issue. And I think what I'm going to have to do is just not worry about it too much. Just get the data sorted out like this for now, and then worry about how I convert it. I think ultimately I'm going to have like some kind of editor, and I'm going to have to export data, maybe even from JSON to a binary format. I might even have to pass it to a WebAssembly file and or a WebAssembly like instructor and have it convert. I don't know yet. I have to figure it out. I think I'm going to store it in a list and have a list of enums to identify each field of the list. And the list is a list of integers that identify a count of entities of the same model. Right. So your enum would point to an integer, which points to an entity, and so then you could trace your enum to a specific entity. So you would just load all that into memory and then call an enum and pull the entity that comes from that. And so then all you, yeah, okay. I'm not even sure. Yeah, that might be a good idea, even in on my WebAssembly. But I was thinking something simpler, like literally I'm assuming that I can't use strings. Like I'm working under the paradigm that I don't have a lot of memory or space, and strings take up too much. So I was just gonna do like hard integer references. But I don't know, that might not be a good idea. I mean, I would have enum entities, guard orc, spider dragon. and have the content of the list be 12.4 or something, where the integer is the population count. Oh, I see. Yeah, that would work. That would work. I guess you'd have to make adjustments based on like the state of the game, but yeah. When did I learn programming? I learned programming when I was a kid because I wanted to build a game. And now at the ripe old age of 40, I'm finally doing it. I think. What about you, Jordan? I think the population count is going to be a max value, and each entity will have a flags array where there is a different index for each instance. And there's a bit that says if the entity is alive. I suppose if you have, okay, but then you're going to be storing all unalived entities, and I don't know if you necessarily need to do that. Like, you could just store only the entities that are active and their, I don't know, states, I guess, but I don't have full context, so that might be bad advice. I learned in 2021, started with C from Casey Moratoria, Handmade Hero. When I was 13, I used a visual tool to make a platformer, lost interest because it's complicated. Only read Lua files to edit mods a little bit after that. Nice, nice, okay. Do you do it like professionally now? It sounds like you might. I'm doing a bachelor's halfway done. Nice. Okay. So are you doing like a computer science degree? Yes. Okay, cool. How are you finding it? I'm curious because um I never even finished high school, so I have no idea what it's like. We're doing OP, mobile and web dev. I don't like that stuff, so it's agony most of the time. Yeah. Oh, mobile is. I would say mobile's at the bottom of that list. Web dev is in the middle. OP is okay. It's like manageable, but it's not great. Um, there are some times when it's actually really really good, really useful, but um, yeah, that would be frustrating, especially if that's your background. Anyway, if you if you stick it out, I think you'll find it'll be worth it at the end. But getting through it is the hard part. I like SQL and imperative programming on the level. Yeah, which none of those things that you're describing are. Um, I mean, OOP kind of, um, but I don't know if there's any good courses for like low level, like assembly, you know, grabbing a Raspberry Pi and programming like that. There might be, but I have no idea. Okay, well, now that I've kind of got that figured out, I guess what I need to do is figure out. Yeah, that's fine. Yes. Okay. And I've already tested XY coordinates on the array, which returns to me the values in here, which is fine. So now I can use layers. I can assume whichever layer. I could do something like identify which layer is which in layers. Okay, so that's all fine. I'm not really concerned about that anymore. I think I have enough. So I can either clean up what I've got. When I learned algebra in high school, I was wondering if there was a way to use variables to create a behavior. What I see now is functional reactive. I didn't know programming yet. I think I follow what you mean. Yeah, it's. I didn't pay enough attention when I was learning that stuff as a kid, so I didn't put it together until like much later in life with programming, and then it like clicked, like, oh, you can, do whatever, right? Yeah, I was late to the game, but I think I think for you it's going to be a different paradigm. It depends on what you want to get into. The experience that you already have with like low level stuff, it's not going to match very well with like front end or web dev stuff. So if you're going to get into that, you have to like learn a different mindset and know how to switch it on and off. It's not the same. Okay. I keep popping over to see Primogen because he's working on some stuff that's interesting. Okay, so I have a way to get arrays. Yeah, that's fine. I have a way to get pixel data. I have some structs. I'm pulling in my JSON. I'm pulling in the no, I'm creating an allocator. Okay. Init game, right? I think I'm initializing the game too. This is a script. I need to go to what, DOM? DOM. Oof. Colors are weird. Yep. I'm initializing the game. And everything's loaded. Okay. Yep, and same with my DOM. And I don't know why the re-render's not working. That works. This doesn't. DOM size. And this working. What is your experience with formal verifiers like Coke and Isabel? I'm gonna say next to none. I know of them, I guess, at a high level conceptually, but I haven't really done anything with them. But I think I know what you're talking about. It seems not a lot of people know about it. I mean, I don't. Curious now. Formal proof management system provides a formal language to write mathematical definitions. Huh. Primary documentation. I'm starting with a tutorial. JS. Oh, yeah, okay. Interesting. So essentially, it's just a language to write proofs, right? It's promising one I think is lean, but I don't know how much programming you can do with it. Mathematicians use it to prove theorems using computers, and they think it's the future. I'm really curious. Proof assistant. Lean Lang. Lean Lang. There's a logo. Huh, okay. About, I guess. Lean is a functional mix. Yeah, of course it would be functional. That makes sense. You can also use Lean as an interactive theorem prover. Lean programming primarily involves defining types and functions. This allows your focus to remain in the problem rather than details. Lean has numerous features, including type inference, first class, powerful data decay, multi-threading, which is kind of that's kind of interesting that they would. Interesting. Okay. Functional programming in Lean. Is this like oh yeah, look, there it is. Evaluating expressions. Polymorphism. I skipped a few. Data structures, data types, summary. Interesting. Programming improving and performance. Yeah. Proving equivalence. Yeah, because I've written safety critical software multi-core is done by separation. Should be separated by its architecture. I see. Right. Never used a proof assistant, only read about it. Yeah, I mean, I think Wolfram Alpha has tools that are similar to this. And I think there's like this Jupyter notebooks as well, which I've not used, but for proofs. Like this. And you can, well, I guess this is for rendering. I guess this isn't for, but you can run them. Like, I think there's a way to run these. Anyway, I didn't know how useful it would be to use it for assembly, and I found ACSL, which is an annotation language for C, like Spark or Ada. Oh, I see. Right. It allows you to declare which pointers are writable, readable, and add preconditions, postconditions. Yeah, when you're at the low level, that makes sense. Because you kind of have to wrangle the world with those kinds of concepts. You don't really, like in C, you're not really going to do much in terms of like OOP or things like that. So you do kind of have to deal with those things. So I get it. I get why there's I get what the appeal and the connectivity is there. Most problems I found are caused by memory allocation. I think static memory pools is the best because it's safer, faster, but the con is you have to know the right size and experiment with it. Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I had to do when I was trying to figure out right here. I could have I could have used a specific allocator of memory and chosen it, and I will. I'm gonna move to that as I build this out. But for now, I'm using the general purpose one because Zig generally handles it well, and I can kind of fiddle around with it. And then I guess what I'm going to have to do is like profile the memory of the data when I'm close to done, and then statically, choose the sizes and free them up manually. So that's going to be like a whole project in itself. But I agree, it's a higher level of effort, and not everybody does that. Imagine instead of watching gameplay videos of a game on YouTube, you share a list of inputs. Press your plate. Much smaller in size as long as you have the program. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. I'm actually thinking about what you're saying though there. They're watching gameplay videos of a game. You share a list of inputs and you play it. I mean, possibly that might work. Um, I suppose you'd have to know like the nature of what you're rendering, right? Or something like that. I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I guess that's what you mean. If you have the program, then you can do it. 0.4 megs for 1 hour. If you have 100 FPS and 40 bytes per frame, which is unlikely, it might compress to a meg. Yeah, if you know the right signals to send, the pieces that you can put back together properly, then yeah, I could see that being true. I don't know if anybody came from Primogen's channel just now, but if you did, welcome. I tried. I tried to get a raid. I do nothing but help the man, and he does nothing back from me. Anyway. Let me see. I've got. All right, so I'm just going to keep looking at what I'm doing here for a second. I don't need this. I might need this. So if I wanted to tackle, hang on. I've got a layer if I wanted to tackle a layer in my world with data, I have to keep in mind it's U8. So, okay. So each layer in my world has to be identified because I might not have the same number of layers in each world, which means I have to keep a world set of layers that are attached to the array index of the world data index, which means I have to have an initial set of array integers to point to that, and then an integer value that tells us which type of layer it is in case we have layers for like blockers. Okay. Now, if I wanted to expand my image bytes, in order to create an image, that's probably what I want to do very soon. So I need to tackle layers, images from my sprites or entities, and probably some additional data, but I don't need to worry about that. I think I just need to do layers and what to render in each layer. What did I do here? Didn't do anything. Okay. So let's say whichever one that is. I think if we standardize things and generate files that allow programs to adapt, like transforming clicks at XY resolution to button events, you can adapt the game version of an input list. If we do that everywhere, the work of the programmer gets easier to share and replicate. Imagine watching a rendered image and being able to recreate the Blender project environment that created it, except the images aren't bitmaps, they're inputs as well. So it's like 1,000 times less. Yeah, no, I think we've become lazy because we have so much hardware available, and so it's just easy for programmers to, especially in web development, for just to throw it in at memory. Just throw it into RAM or throw it into GPU or whatever, and there's so much space there. You can just throw whatever you want at the wall, and it'll basically stick. So like, gone are the days where you had limitations on your programming, like on the hardware, I mean. And so you had to program smarter and cram more information into smaller spaces so that you could do kind of what you're saying, is just like compressing inputs, for example, and then decompressing them. Now, in practice, there's probably some details that they're probably difficult to implement across the board. But I think in principle, you're right. There's a lot of improvements we could make. And a lot of that stuff comes from people who do like low level stuff because they have to deal with those limitations, and those limitations drive these kinds of ideas. Like, how do we get more out of less? If we record everything, all states could be recreatable. When you record the non-determinism, you can know what each byte of memory means and what its value was from frame 0 to frame 1,000,000 or whatnot. I haven't had enough coffee to think through this. what you're saying. Mm. I think I follow. Yeah, I think I follow. I had to think about that for a second. That's interesting. Yeah. It's kind of what I'm it's kind of what I'm leaning towards with this game with using WebAssembly is trying to like minimize the amount of inputs and outputs that I send between the assembly code running behind the scenes on the browser. And the idea is that I can replace the browser with any renderer essentially, because everything you need to render and play the game is in the assembly code, and then you just choose how to render it, kind of like as an interchangeable widget. I thought though the whole memory is mutable, we can consider that the initial condition, the global save of the RAM at boot, is an immutable parameter, and each value of each byte or variable in memory is an equation, a complex one. Right. Okay, so each unknown is an input to solve the equation. You're kind of talking about like a meta profile. Then you're kind of running a profile of a state, I suppose. And then you're running operations against the profiled state, and the profiled state doesn't have everything in it, or it actually does have everything in it. You can explode the profiled state into an initial, something along. I'm not stating that correctly, but I think I follow what you're saying. When you reach a comparison, you have to multiply a Boolean with the transformation on the data. But in practice, you don't do it, because if you know the input, you just make the computation you need. Right. I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah. So it's a different way of thinking about it. It's more like you put a blinder on because you know what your input is, and so you run what's needed for that input. But you're saying if you make the assumption that you don't know what the input is, even if you do, you tackle the problem in a different way, and perhaps a way that can be more generalized and smaller, potentially. That's interesting. Right. That's interesting. Yeah, I think we're kind of actually aligned. That's kind of what I'm trying to do, because if my WebAssembly code, which is really just assembly underneath, if that code outputs game states, and then like you could render it on the GPU, or you could render it on the browser or whatever, what you're essentially doing is shrinking the game to something. You're removing the cruft out of the game, because what you're saying is you don't need to know what the render portion of the game is. You just need to know the game state. And then as long as you run the right operation, you can get to the next state of the game. And then your render can be anything. It doesn't matter. So you could, in theory, have the same game running on someone's browser and then on like a PlayStation, and it doesn't matter that it's on two different pieces of hardware. What the game is essentially sending is the same signals to each one, and they can like synchronize and render whatever they need. It's close. I don't think it's exactly what you're describing, but I think it's kind of like on that line. I don't know about smaller, since the equation would include all comparisons of a program. I mean, you could filter it down to just the equations that you most likely need for a program, or the equations that you absolutely know you need for a program. You don't necessarily need to carry an entire baggage of equations, potentially. Mm. I just gotta check out another. Because if you think about programming and work, there's a lot of stuff that gets lost. But to waste nothing, we have to deliver that data from its concrete meaning by having a file. Like I said, you move a concrete state. Like a click at XY. If we can expand this concrete to more general, we can deliver work. I think we could do more of that. Yeah, I agree, Jordan. I think we could do more of that. You'd have to like kind of prove it out. You know, you'd have to implement a few things and show that it like actually works really well. By default, if you record all inputs, It's already better than not because you can rerun a frame in debug mode with the certs on. Maybe have a sentence that explains the importance of each branch of a program, and even a non-programmer may be able to fix a bug if it is represented as a logical question like, should you try to access something out of the list of entities? Should you allow this and that value to overflow? If file is not found, where is it? True. Yes. I think that seems true to me. Yeah. I could see that being the case. I could see that being helpful in a few cases. I if you implemented something like that on an actual like system, you might. But if it's that expressive, he could just have those if statements of printing. Could just have if statements with printing functions and yeah. If statements sometimes are like codes, they have like a code smell of like logic isn't properly structured, if you have too many if statements, but that's also kind of that comes from like the web dev world. So in the backend world, if you have like a well structured logical flow of operations, then and like a set of if statements that have branches can actually be a good thing. It might even be the only way to do it. But anyways, yeah, I agree with you, and I think we should try it. It'd be an interesting project for you to try, just to pick something and like try and implement something like that. Yeah. Anyways, so if you use preconditions and postconditions, you can probably do good enough function phasing or have some tests and one test for each combination. Yeah, you could do that. Yeah. In practice, you have to battle laziness and lack of time. We know the solutions already. That's the key. That I agree. Tech has become like full on, quite filled to the brim with lazy people who just want to like jump in and make a bunch of money and not put in any of the hard work, right? And it's even easier now than it ever has been before to not put any of the hard work in, because you have so much stuff going for you these days with like hardware and whatever. It's just, it's all the focus is on the wrong place. I wrote a bootloader in WASM and have a memory viewer. Stop programming it to study time travel debugging since I know I could rewrite it anyway if I change design. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I mean, that's a good way to learn. That's a good way to learn about like memory allocations, I think, in particular. Like I had trouble with the general purpose allocator, especially when I started um uh, especially when I was pushing out the memory out to the to the browser, which was really weird. But it was playing around with the memory was actually like a really good way to learn about memory. And I think writing a bootloader in NASM with a memory viewer would be a really good way to do it. But it's hard. It's like it's low level and it's hard, right? So you kind of have to like be willing to jump into that, and you uh, it's also not easy. Like this is the thing, right? Like with a general purpose allocator, I get it kind of goes to like the lazy statement. I get to be a little lazy. I get to just write whatever I want in terms of memory access, and then kind of like let Zig do it. But I want to get into the memory allocation more specifically, like what you're talking about, and set the size of like all these little objects, right? And be in full control of it, because I think the in general in the industry we're not doing this kind of work anymore. It's anyway. My plan is to have that good integration with input recording, allow global time travel for any program, Windows using a lazy method with WinDBG. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. It's recorded with more predictable algo, would be a lot smaller. Right now, game recording is 40 gig per second if you have very high. It could be like 1 gig per week. I agree, like, things could be smaller. So like that's what I'm trying to do. Again, that's what I'm trying to do here with my game information, is shrink it down so that when I go to grab this information, I'm not grabbing like I'm not just dumping a bunch of data. I'm literally just grabbing small chunks of memory with just the data I need, and then I blow that up into the game state itself. So I think we're aligned that way. It feels like we're on the same goal, and this is why I want to do this project. Okay, this project highlights the kinds of things that you tackle in low level, like in the land of low level, that you don't tackle in web development space, right? So in web development space, look at how easy it is for me to like just chill out with memory, right? So I've got my like DOM initializer, okay, which doesn't, it's not really doing anything. What it's really doing is it's just generating some divs and creating a grid for me based on world data I have from my WebAssembly. But that's all I have to do. There's a whole bunch of memory that goes in with these divs, and I have to, if I'm going to be really nitpicky about the memory, I have to know what's going on here and like manage the state of these divs and free them up appropriately. That's low level land, but typically you don't really worry about that stuff in web dev. You just create the divs, you append them to the body, and then you're good to go, right? And then you just chill out. So I think there's like a different kind of thinking from the world of people who do like low level C and whatnot, like Toading, T Soding, his channel. If you watch him, the way that he tackles stuff in low level C and the mentality that he uses is not the same as someone who does like web dev or React all the time. So yeah. Anyway, that's just. I'm also watching Bad Cop here. I'm gonna shout out Bad Cop because there's a she's doing a stream right now with Carson Gross, the creator of HTMX, and HTMX is what I'm gonna use for a lot of the front end for this game. So okay. Yeah. Okay. So okay. So I have my DOM initialized. That's fine. It's generating the grid, but it's the resize that I'm wondering why did that start breaking? Because I had that working, and I wonder if it's because I chose or I updated, changed the internal structure of the Zig file. This has called full width, full height. I can see that the width and height is changing, which means it's tracking it correctly. And we add a padding of 6. This is like poor man's padding. So we get the full width, the full height of the available view, and we remove basically 6 scale grids. Oh, I'm not re-rendering the view. Yeah. I'm not re-rendering the world, I mean. That's what's going on. And I don't even know if I want to do that right now, honestly. I'm betting on assembly for the future because the syntax is simpler. We should debate on what code looks better. Imperative high level should be generated on the fly with temporary register names. This is to allow good decompilation. We should not debate on what code looks. Yeah, I mean assembly is like, pretty much as low as you're gonna get, and it's got a very straightforward way of structuring your code. So I get it. I get what you're saying. Makes sense. I could see a way, if enough, this is the thing, if enough effort was put into it, I could see a way to make assembly palatable and have it come back. But you'd have to prove out some use cases using it, showing that you can like adequately tackle the kinds of problems that I think people would be interested in tackling with it, and show that it's better than what we have now, right? And that it doesn't have to be a hair pulling experience. Annotations and models should help, and also something similar to labels, which are called chapters and acts, represent a structure for the code and can be read like a table of contents if you zoom out. That's interesting. My fear would be that it would be too easy to layer on a bunch of metadata about the data, and then you'd unwittingly expand the size of what you're trying to build beyond its need. But I suppose that's a better problem to have than the current problems we have in tech. I suppose the trade-off is worth it. But yeah, I think I follow what you're saying though. Like, I think that makes sense. Yeah. Just watching Bad Cop with the guy who created HTMX. Interesting to see what they're going to put together, because HTMX is actually like a really good front end language. It's probably the best one. It's not complicated. It's really easy, natural language, gets you JavaScript, just what you need. Like, labels already translate to functions most of the time, and then generate something that looks like Python rather than C. I don't know how hard that would be. Open the chapters and acts to make the code. You wouldn't have to read the code necessarily, but you can still zoom in, print the value. It's almost like a REPL. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there's... I think there's something there. There'd be a default scenario for each program, like a hello world, and it would show a default scenario for each branch combination. This allows you to test your code, see your tracing inputs. Right. Right. Yeah, you could I think you could make a strong case for that. I think most people wouldn't get it though. That's the problem. Like, it's not something that you could just like. It's not something a lot of people would pick up or even see why it's useful. I have a little bit of low level, background with C and stuff, so I can kind of generally follow you and agree. Um, but again, you'd have to pick a problem space and like even if it was just something like a stupid small one and just implement something simple and prove it out. Have you seen the works of Brett Victor in the Language of Eve? No, I have not. Brett Victor. He hasn't any of himself, it's another guy. So it's... Yeah. Yeah, Jordan, send me a link. That'd be great. Okay, let's see. Here, let me open it up. Go to...
I feel like he's mostly judging me right now.
Here, I know what to do. I think I can open up a tab from... Because I don't have my chat open on the main one, and I really should, but I don't. Oh, I know what I can do, actually. No. No. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on, I gotta do this proper. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on. I'm gonna do this proper because I gotta do this anyways, so I might as well bite the bullet. Hang on. Bite the bullet. Hang on. Bite the bullet. Hang on. There we go. Yep. Got it.
So, unlike the previous session, I don't have any prizes to give out. I'm just going to tell you how to live your life. This talk is actually about a way of living your life that most people don't talk about. As you approach your career, you'll hear a lot about following your passion or doing something you love. I'm going to talk about something kind of different. Computer would do in our head. Why doesn't the computer just do it and show us? So let's write binary search, dividing your range until you narrow in on the value you're looking for. And in code, binary search looks like this. And from my perspective, you can't see anything here. This is into the air, and the turtle gets stomped. So that looks like that. And the turtle gets up after a bit. The problem is, I don't want the player to be able to get up here yet. I want the player to bounce off the turtle.
Go to 7? Sure.
Hello everybody, my name is Alan Blomquist. I'm the engine and sort of the low-level programmer. I can go back and look at a different one and see what was going on when I threw that one on. So that's an example of the kind of thing that I might tag in this sort of game, but in other games you might tag the creation of all your bad guys, or remember the last time the player got hit, or track the history of every door that you walk through, or whatever else you can think of. These timestamps are super cheap to generate, and they're only 64 bits, so you can use them to tag pretty much everything with what effectively is the entire state of the program. And then you can go back later and inspect anything you need to if you want to find out where something came from, or why it didn't get cleaned up, or whatever you want to know. So finally, now we're going to turn the determinism knob all the way up to 11. So when I come in here and bring up our developer console in the game, we have a scrubber and some playback controls down here. And this timeline has everything that I just did during this demo, and I can use it to go back and sort of inspect any part of it that I'm interested in. And this isn't like a video that we're looking at. This is the actual simulation and...
Okay. That video apparently is not available anymore. Okay, that's really interesting, because right, if you know your if you know the inputs and the states and stuff. I'm gonna look into this more, because maybe I can implement it. Maybe I can implement some form of it in the game, just for the heck of it, just to like have some fun and see if demos are available here. You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of Knuth's document first, then code, or something like that, or document literate programming. That's what this reminds me of. Literate programming from Knuth, where you describe like your documentation is the program. You're describing this every state of your program in non-programming language, and you add bits of the language as part of the explanation of what it's doing, and then there's a like a meta system that pulls it all together and grabs all the code bits and puts it together as the application. And so you're generating your program as part of your documentation, and it's similar to that, but except that I think Eve has like does something different. Like it's tackling a different problem, but it's following a similar principle. You might be interested in the literate programming thing. My plan is to search in the global memory page table which pages have been written to each couple of seconds, and to save these pages as a new initial condition for quick seeking, and then just keeping the frame number and inputs list in a packet each time put there by the input drivers. Yeah, I mean that's a good start. I don't think you have to. I don't think you have to build it perfectly to start with. I think if you do something imperfect like that, well, I mean that's not actually imperfect. That might actually be all you need, but you'll find out quite quickly. And it doesn't seem like a terribly difficult starting point. if you record a game and have already a timeline and buttons to go forward, backwards, maybe also change speed, you can merge that with a video player and video editor and video recording program. And when you want to just view or just edit, you just change the program mode. True, yes. You don't necessarily have to. I think I see what you're saying. Another way to put it would be you don't have to play the game to know the states of the game, which means that if you want to represent a video of the game, you don't have to play it. You just represent the states as if you were playing it, because you should already know, given whatever inputs you have about the game, you should already know what gets the game there, right? So it's like a scripted play, kind of, in a sense. And so you can send, I see what you're saying. You can send particular inputs if two people have the same program, except that one person is playing it and one person is viewing a recording of it. And maybe there's a little bit of lag because the input of the person playing it has to be sent over to the person viewing it. But that input is very small and it can recreate a state that can then be rendered as a video. So you can be the viewer, but then someone else can be the player as well. I get it. I follow you. It's smart, and I like it a lot. And now I'm wondering how I can do that in my game, honestly. Like, I'm gonna think about how I might implement something like that in my game, because I think that's a great idea, and I think there's actually like even like a multiplayer aspect to this. Anyways, it's a really smart idea. So I guess you'd have to define a certain set of, I guess if you have your inputs defined, like the minimal set of inputs you need, define that, and then you'd have what your inputs do to the state of the game. Then you could always deterministically get from point A to point whatever. Something along those lines. I'd have to think about it. The input transforms the program state. You got to know the initial condition. Yeah, so like what would the initial condition be for a game like Flappy Bird or something? Map seed bird.x. Score can be guessed from the bird.x. Bird.y also useful, but I'm saying here's making a save that you would expect. That's what you would expect from a save. I see. Just save the minimal amount of info to allow you to generate. You don't want to save the initial condition. Right. Right. I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So that would give you your initial state, and then you determine the inputs that affect that initial state, and then you could pass on inputs. When you're in the input processing of the frame, you check a bool that says whether you're playing or watching. If you're watching, it will take from the top of the input list. If watching, it will take from somewhere in the input list, depending on the current frame you're playing. I see. Yeah. Yeah. It will take, and if it's watching, yeah, okay, I think I follow. It would be an interesting concept. I would since the top is the inputs of the last frame and the driver is write to a temporary packet. Right. Right. I think I see what you're saying. So it would be packet is copied. I'm trying to think this out. The top of the input list of the last frame of the drivers. The packet is copied at the end after rendering. I see. And so that if you do that as a chain, then you just keep moving down the list or through the states of the game. You could just continuously do that through the different states of the game, essentially. I think. I mean, that makes sense to me, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure you could pull that off in a game. Well, not pretty sure. Obviously, you can pull it off in a game, but I think you could pull it off in the game I'm making because there's a reasonable number of determined and non-determined behaviors you could play around with. So in the end, you could just send a seed to create an initial condition and the inputs list. The memory pages are just saved for fast seeking. So you don't have to simulate 200,000 frames, which would be like loading a screen, right? Which would be like a loading screen, right? Right. You set an initial condition, you give it the inputs change the initial condition based on the whatever equation or formula you're running to manipulate the initial condition from the inputs. And then each time you do that, you would also, I mean, I guess you could generate other inputs based on previous inputs, especially if there's a deterministic path where certain inputs can only lead to certain other inputs. Maybe. But it'd be an interesting experiment. My idea was to check each second or so if you have created a new packet that was not empty, so you don't record if you're AFK. If you're AFK, it sets a bool that says the next packet will also hold a frame number. And by default, packets don't specify if you're playing a game, since it's better for space for this kind of program. Right. Right. I didn't think about AFK if you're doing that, yeah. So your packet could tell you whether you need to process something in the next frame or whether you can just leave the next frame alone. Yeah. You do time travel in a text editor, it's different from a game. It is, because you don't, like, for example, you wouldn't do an AFK, right? Well, I guess you could, though, in a way, if you're just not doing anything in an editor. So maybe that's not a good example, but I guess there are other things that in a notepad that you wouldn't do in a game, and vice versa. If you know the extent of what you have to care about, you can keep playing normally. Keep programming normally. Essentially, you're copying your inputs in a buffer. The rest is also a copy. You don't have to design that upfront. You could do that later in development. True. I think the key thing there is if you know the extent of what you have to care about. And that can change. But yes, if you can sort that out, then you can figure it out. Yeah. I guess it depends on the nature of the notepad or whatever you're writing with. In any case, your input processing will remain the same. If you use a queue, yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's true. I think it doesn't matter. What do you mean? What doesn't matter? I can't think of a situation when recording inputs would change the way you have to process them. Right. I agree because inputs in general, inputs at a principled level are the same. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I mean, generally they should all be the same. There might be differences in communication, but that can be a layer above. Yeah. Yeah, I think you're probably right. For multiplayer, my idea is to record downloaded content and packets sent by other users, and the game would define a protocol for packets. Protocol for the input list packet. Right. So that you could share input lists between players, right? Since I'm using packets twice here for 2 meetings. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. It allows you to replay a download. Like, you mean it allows you to replay multiplayer, like a multiplayer session, because you have all the inputs from all the different players, so you just put them together and replay the like the scene or whatever. Right. Right. Yeah. So you don't have to record the video of all of them playing. You just have to record the inputs. Now, yeah. Yeah. We don't record their inputs the same way we do, because for them it's like a network packet as raw text, for example, instead of a list of each key. If they're writing a chat message, yeah, it would be different. Yes, it's a different type of input. Well, no, it's the same. It's the same input basically, but it's for a different purpose. So you might record it differently. Yes, especially multiplayer. But the underlying concept, I think, seems to be the same thing. There, yeah. So we can think of multiplayer the same way as normal, but the packets won't be deleted. You'd have to keep all the states, like what I mean is, if I'm here and no, you'd have to keep all the inputs is what I'm saying. If I'm here and I'm doing this, and then let's say someone else is controlling the red square, you would have to store the fact that everybody did that. And if you were going to do a replay, if you cared about doing a replay, you'd have to keep that, which could get like big, because the amount of inputs you have, now that I'm thinking about it, the amount of inputs you have on a multiplayer could be a lot. And I don't know what the performance or what the memory or size gains would be compared to, say, like just recording the video of everyone playing together, first of all. And then second of all, if you don't care about replaying, or if you only care about replaying within a certain like span of time, then you could remove certain inputs. You'd have to know which ones to remove, I suppose. You couldn't just remove them all, otherwise you'd have like a broken state. Like you wouldn't know how to get from like point 30 to point 35 because 31 to 34 are deleted, something like that. You can think of multiplayer the same, but yeah, let's talk about the scenario of an FPS game since it's easier to understand each other. Okay, sure. Making clips from a recording is just making a new initial condition. Okay. I mean, replacing the original. Yeah, I see. Okay. Replacing the original. Yeah. Okay, as for the FPS game, all we care about is our inputs, as we have been saying, for replay. But for multiplayer, it's just packets. The network packets of all the information we need to replay a multiplayer with other people. So you're saying in multiplayer, you're going to send a packet anyways because everybody needs to receive a packet in order to synchronize their states together in the game. but in the packet, instead of sending like a whole bunch of data as is typically sent now in FPS, you would be sending a list of inputs from one or more players in the game, which your game then locally processes to synchronize or something like that, I guess. No, you don't need to process their inputs. Just normal network packet. Oh, okay. Okay. But right, but the network packets won't be deleted? It's more data, but not significantly more than the data a local input packet would take. I mean, I suppose you'd have to like demonstrate the trade-offs, right, between the data, the amount of data you're taking from a recording versus the amount of data you're taking from like a state with inputs, and the benefit of either one. Let's say you're storing 40 bytes for local. A network packet may contain position, direction, some input event like changing guns. Yeah, okay. You compress them, it's going to be fine. Most likely, more often than not, you're probably going to be okay. What we care about is non-determinism. It includes random numbers, time. Yeah, that's really the key thing to tackle. Yeah. I'm going to do some. A concern about that. In predictable OS with no preemption, you don't have to think about a thread being stopped by another, so you may not have to save the time when a thread was resumed or stopped. As for random numbers, you can save an array of seeds at boot or have in your protocol that each you generate. So person. Yeah, I guess there are ways to kind of like work around still some level of randomness. Like nothing is in those kinds of states, nothing is really truly random. You just have to find the right way to recreate that kind of randomness, which, I mean, that's kind of like a P equals NP problem kind of a thing. It's along those lines. But I mean, it's not complete, like not everything is impossible. And if enough effort was put into it, there's probably enough work you could accomplish to tackle a reasonable amount of those scenarios and benefit from it. But it's just, it seems, I think when you look at it as a whole, it seems like, well, so much of this is so random. How would you resolve all these random things? And then people just kind of walk away from that and go, well, there's no point. Yeah, I think so. Like, I think that's right. You can guess what a seed is because you know what's happened. So you can, I think you could get to like a reasonable facsimile of a seed that at least gets you close. It might not be the exact place, but like, but look, if you were to look at it, look, okay, so imagine this, yeah. Crap, I can't pick an individual grid. Of course I can't. Okay, so imagine that you could get to like this grid right here. No, let's say red. Let's say you started at the red grid, yeah, and you know that your ship ends at the blue grid, okay, and so it goes 1, 2, 3, 4 down. Now you have like, you know, many different ways you can end up down here, right? You could go like all kinds of ways, but if you there are particular pieces of information that you can record that can tell you how random or not random something is. And if you know your paths between you know, point A to point B, or point A to point Z, you can make a reasonable guess as to how you got to there, like in between the rest, right? But you would have to know what the boundaries are, like things like couldn't be done, things that are most likely to be done, maybe recording bits and pieces along the way. So like you would record starting here and then like record this entry but not anything else, and then record the final entries, right? So you know, like this happened, that happened, that happened, and then you can kind of figure out the rest in between. This is just a really poor man's way of trying to describe like how you might be able to accomplish that. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that like nothing is truly fully random completely all the time. Like I think there are more things you could do to achieve a view into something that seems random and gets you close, rather than assuming that it's just random and walk away and like not attempt to solve it. Hopefully that makes sense. If you know the time, you can guess a path, at least one path, right? Yeah, exactly. And depending on how big the path is and what the boundaries are for like how you get to point A to point B, you know, it narrows down the amount of guesses you have to make. And in some cases, that's enough. In some cases, that's enough to like deterministically figure out that set of randomness that you would otherwise have to record, potentially. I think that should give me a... If I build this, go here. Okay, now given that I have two layers, I think this one's going to be like 0. It is. So now I can pick the layer that I want. Yep, perfect. Okay, so I have layers now, which means I can choose what I want. I can create references in here, and those references can point to whatever I need them to point to. That's fine. Okay. How have I rendered the pixel bytes? I've rendered them this way. Starting point, ending point of size, create a canvas, render the canvas, and I literally just generate. I literally just go through and pop them in each one. No, I just do one big pixel. That's all I do. Right? I mean, when I run it, test image. Two oh three, 203, 203, 205. Yeah, okay. How did I make this work again? One of my goals is to merge as many things as possible. Like I said about the timeline being for a video editor or a video viewer. I imagine you can also use a memory viewer as an explorer or other things with modes that parse binary as images, as hex, as assembly, as ASCII, and have those being displayed inline in the hex editor. If you start writing a letter that's not a capital AF or a number, it guesses you're inputting text. Like Vim sort of, right? So it would be, what you're describing there is like a viewer with a particular set of boundaries where depending on what you're typing in, it's going to figure out what you're trying to view, or like what you're trying to access. If you look at the interface of Paint and Notepad++, you see they provide tools to apply useful transformation over a memory region in the form of text or RGB. You could have a viewer program that allows you to switch mode, which switches tools. I see, because because the underlying state is the same either way. So if you change your changing your view shouldn't matter. You can view the same thing in multiple different ways. That's kind of what I'm trying to do, is like like in here, the state of this shouldn't matter to this. So you can view the state of, let's say, the game using a different render. You're describing something that's like that, but like at the memory level, basically. That's why I did an offset. I took the image buffer, I iterated, and I added an offset. I see, and that's what got me. That's what got me this. Right, and that's what got me. Whoops, that's what got me this. And it's interchangeable between +2 and +5. Build test image. Just don't remember how I'm reiterating it. Like, oh, that's what I'm doing. Get test image size, which is 32 by 32. That's what I'm doing. Okay. I have to fill it up on the test image size. That's what I'm doing. Okay. Because I'm using test image buffer, which is global. Okay. I had to remind myself how I did this. So I generated a 32 by 32 grid, which is the size of the image, which would ideally be better suited if I passed in the size initially. And then I fill it by going over all the rows and columns of the buffer array. And then I take the bytes from here and I just repeat them with offsets. That's all I do. Okay. So it was just a smart way for me to not have to store 32 by 32 pixels of bytes. Okay. For RGBA would be 4 bytes. So this is representative of a pixel. Okay. So if I'm going to generate data from images using this, it's going to be annoying. Okay. All program tools could appear next to the mouse. An overlay. And your desktop is a viewer of an arbitrary memory region, which gets parsed as being some extension, or you can specify the extension within an array of begin and end region. Could even be an enum. In each type, you write an extension style that converts into a new. Yeah, you'd have to know what you're doing. Each time, yeah, you write an extension. You'd have to know what you're doing. You'd have to know what you're looking at. But I guess that would be implied if you're at that level. Like a normal user wouldn't know if something went wrong with that. Most of the time you'd only write a file name. Yeah. Right. I guess what I'm saying is you'd have to know like what the right chunk of memory would be for what you're trying to accomplish, or for what you're trying to generate out of your file name usage. Okay, hang on. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, this needs clean up. I mean, my question is, can you? No, I guess not. Seems like a great exercise to imagine a scenario you would like to make easy. Let's say you have an open world game. You'd like to spawn a huge car and modify the texture and add a character. Try to make that easy to do. If you can't, your program interface should be modified. So that process would be done using your goal is to have good tools to make a map in your game your user should have. Otherwise, they're losing access to something that would naturally. That sort of thing that creates community to make an editor. Probably. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make an editor. Okay, so you're describing like a particular tool with a particular set of processes that would benefit from an initial state with inputs or something along those lines, and then you would. No, that's for replayability. No, it would be a way to view what's going on in that context, like a viewer, like the Notepad++ thing. Okay, is this what I'm looking for? It just doesn't feel clean the way I'm doing it. As a Zig struct, TypeScript allows the code, but WebAssembly only supports primitives. And a person, WebAssembly can represent the same type. Struct is a memory layout. All we need to do is write the TypeScript object into the WebAssembly memory, as it will be able to read it. But this is not what I don't think this is what I'm after. can interpret the pointer directly to a person. Didn't we say how's to receive a person? Pointers are I32. Oh, they just haven't, that's what I'm missing. They haven't described the encode person yet. So it would be, how does it take and produce a WebAssembly? We need to allocate memory, write the values, yada, yada, yada. Memory layout. Okay. This is person. And this is name, which is here. The address of person is A0. Once we understand the memory layout, encode is straightforward. Name, general purpose allocator. So it's the size. The person points to the person object. The name pointer points to whatever name you've passed in. And then you're going to get the size of the memory block. Then you're going to get the size of that memory block. And then you're going to, since encoded person allocated, we need to clean this up. Okay. As a try finally, sending a person a reverse, allocate memory for person, pass over the pointer in the other direction. So let's see. The two paragraphs I wrote are not replaying. Yeah. It's a new topic. What I'm saying is you should give access to tools if humans determine that there are resistances without the tools. All I do should be made possible. You see a thing, you click on it, change anything, don't restrict modifying textures to an external tool. Allow the user to repaint a texture in-game. Maybe open a paint program. It's not the idea of repainting is the same, so the pro should be, it doesn't matter if you click on a mesh to edit or if you're clicking. I see. So, okay. So I think I wasn't thinking at that level. You're thinking of a bit lower level than I was. So your idea would be like, if I'm going to, let's say I'm doing this, right? Let's say I want to change the bytes for the image. I should be able to go like here while I'm in game, even if the game is in process. I can like do a pause, let's say. So I pause the game and then I click on the entity, and I can be presented with some options like change pixel or change image data, change pixel data, the data here essentially. And then I can go make an adaptation to it and then continue on after it's been applied. And I can either save the initial state of the game or like the initial state of that entity as the new thing, or I can just keep playing the game like that. But when I restart the game from scratch, if I haven't saved it, it's going to go back to whatever its original state was. Like essentially it can be like a live update or a dynamic update, but either way, it's within the game, and you can even see what the difference might be if you include something like a preview, like a time thing where you go back to see what it was like in its previous state and then forward in its new state. Something along I didn't that's right. You can guess how many things you can change depending on the generation process of that asset you've clicked on. Right. So I guess the only thing would be you'd have to the point of a game is that you're creating an experience, and so that's going to have some guardrails built in so that a player has the experience you want them to have. I agree that it doesn't have to be like a jail where like there's just nothing you can do, given certain number of things, whatever, you are locked in. You can definitely open things up a bit more. That's cool. But there are some limitations that you want to have creatively, and there might even be some limitations to that you need to have just generically as part of the game, part of the hardware, what platform you're playing it on, etc. But for modders, that's great, because the modding a game could become substantially easier, right? Like I can see for modding how that would be great. For playing, you'd want to have a pretty sometimes you'd want to have a pretty determined path. And guess how many things can change based on the dependencies for that thing being there? That's super complex, but less so if you start from the fact that you know what it is in this situation there. Yes, I do think there is some room for creating, for working in isolation with items without having to know how they got there. Sometimes at all. Like sometimes you don't need to care how they got there at all. You just know that they're there, and so then you make an adaptation to that thing. Or you can even say at this point in time, for this object or for this portion of whatever, regardless of whatever state it is in, you just know that like at that point in time, you must make a particular kind of change. Just there are ways to work through that if you want to. Animation programs. Yeah. Yeah. Hmm. How would I structure this? I guess the real question is, do I even need to structure this? Can I just point to the struct? I could just point to the struct, point to artificial, and point to player instead of trying to get each particular one, right? So if I wanted to do that, I have to fiddle around with it and how it works in JavaScript. But it would mean that I wouldn't have to dump out all the individual. Okay, I'm gonna try that. See if Jordan's talking to me. Yeah, he's talking to me. Imagine a game as being an animation of assets. You can change the raw keyframes to keyframes that are generated by function, in function of inputs, like when you're using mock values to implement something quickly. Yeah. I mean, it is. It literally is animation of assets. It's just a big animation of assets. That's literally what a game is. And it's just that instead of going through the keyframes of a pre-recorded video and scrolling back and forth in the timeline, when you're playing the game, your inputs are defining what the next keyframe is going to contain in it. But it is just an animation of assets. So if you can be smart about knowing what leads to particular states, what inputs lead to particular states along the line, like what inputs lead to particular keyframes along the animation of frames in the game, there's a lot that you could do to make it smarter, better, smaller, etc. Like there's a lot of wiggle room. I think there's way more wiggle room, and not just that, but in a sense, a reasonable amount of like websites are like that, and a reasonable amount of I would say a reasonable amount of software is also like that. It's just animating things that are happening, or like animating assets based on inputs. It's just that with websites, no, it's basically the same thing. Like you can do a lot with that. There's some nuance there, but you can do a lot with that. It is a cool way to think about things. Yeah. It's higher cognitive load, and in some cases it's higher effort. And it's not immediately clear what that effort gets you in return. And so it's quickly dropped as, why would I even bother to tackle this in this way when I have this easy off the shelf thing I can pull for any project I have, and it does a bunch of stuff for me and I can just focus on the project. So I think there's room for disruption here. That's kind of why I'm doing what I'm doing with this game, because I think showing that you can do things that seem complicated on its face but get a massive amount of reward out of it on like across the board. But doing that a few times and showing, like that it's a possible thing might encourage a lot of other people, I hope, to do the same thing. You write 2 words, and Copilot generates the exact 800 words of documentation you wanted to write. Pretty much. Pretty much. Wait, don't I already have this? No. No, I don't already have it. Okay, if I point, but that doesn't actually do what I wanted to do ultimately. It's just a pointer. Maybe it's not that we're doing useless stuff that could be represented in a more general way. No, I agree. I think you're right. There's definitely room for improvement, Jordan. So if I'm going to do a get entity data. Okay, I'm really curious what this does just by itself, just for the heck of it. I know this is not, I know this is not what I want. I want like, I need more than just this, but let's, really? Oh, I have to build it. Have to build it. There. Let's try this again. Oh no. Oh no, what did I do? What did I do? I haven't. Yeah, no, I haven't done anything weird there. Let me try building it one more time. Built. Okay, that worked. That worked. Okay, so then if that worked, then I should be able to just game get. Oh, really? Okay, here we go. So if I do this, it should be different. Yes, it is different. All right. So that's good. It's giving me the pointer to the struct, which means I could potentially get rid of all these things that I've done here. That would be cool because then I could remove a bunch of individual functions. This is going to get like really unwieldy. But in order to also, I need to also get the length. I don't know. Something's feeling off about this. This is, yeah, that's essentially what it's going to point me to is the memory address with the slice, but I'm not necessarily going to get the right information that I want to get out of it. Like if I made the assumption, so 12. I could grab the slice and just see what happens. All right, so yeah, something like that, right? I want to get the position. Yeah, let me just copy this. I'm just gonna like fiddle around with this because I want to see what I can actually extract out of out of Zig. Whoops again. What do I want? I want like no, I want get entity data. And do I need to know? Yeah, I kind of do. Okay. Times 3. That is 12. That I don't know how I knew that, but it knew it. I was kind of creepy. Okay. Yeah, I could work with this. Okay, so then what does that actually give me back? Right? So if I do that, okay, so here we go. So we got 10, 0, 0. Is that what I'm expecting to see? I'm looking in the wrong place. I've gone completely blind. I need to go up here and actually figure this out. 10, 0, 0. So if I switch to 1, that's going to return artificial, which should return 2. Zero, 1, 0? Really? Oh, of course, because the length is not necessarily the same. Right. Okay. 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 But I'm making progress. I'm making progress. So yeah. Okay. How? Okay. Let me make sure I'm not getting this wrong. That's 2. That's 2. What am I doing wrong? I'm doing something wrong. Artificial. 2, 2. Oh, you know what? I know why. It's because we're running the automated script. Yeah, if we turn the script off. Oh, I'm so stupid sometimes. Did you know that? Did you know how stupid I am? I know. Just set it to the end. Don't run it. Now, yeah, 1022. Yes. Okay, so I do not need to worry about individually pumping out. Okay, so I have to get the length. I have the pointer, I just need the size. And I already have something else that does. Length. I have something that gets length. Yeah, I just need to get the length of this memory slice. So I probably have to get the memory block and then determine the length from it. Right? Okay. Let's try something else. Let's try turn length. Is that really it? I'd feel like that seems a little weird. Just with the mouse, you could give position, rotation, and scaling options to an image like they do on Word programs. Little cubes on the corners. And 90 degrees that has a circle showing the original up direction and allowing you to rotate the item. Other controls are either a copy or an insertion, but images do not have insertion. You only overwrite a pixel. You're copying the current pattern of the target region. Yeah, there's definitely some room to do that there. Yeah. The tricky part is to visualize gameplay code. Yeah. That would be hard part, but the benefits you'd get from that are probably worth it. Oh, that's wrong. It's not returning. Yeah, I'm not sure. Am I calling the right thing? I am calling the right thing. Get entity data length. Yes. Yeah. If we must normalize to a simple transformation, as all functions do, we can normalize to set. In practice, we usually see a character in an empty grid with only the minimal amount of items involved in the manifestation of the desired outcome. Yep, that is pretty accurate. I bet you it works more often than people would realize if they just tried it. The inputs are necessary. We can imagine they're part of the function. The function is not really an abstract math, but a concrete physical one involving consciousness, something that can't be encapsulated by a human. Right. Right. Hmm. Hey, Nate. How's it going? I was watching the other stream. I was watching Bad Cop stream. Good, how are you, Nate? I hope you're having a good night. Just plugging away here with Zig and WASM and trying to get it to a point where I can plug in some HTMX into it and just kind of like fiddling around and yeah. Okay, so I think my problem here is that I am not. Huh. Huh. Interesting. Interesting. That was pretty epic. I'm having a great night. About to crash. Wanted to stop by and lurk. I dropped by your stream the other day. Literally, right as it opened, you went to your BRB scene. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's okay. I mean, I appreciate the support though. Like you don't have to do any of that, but you know, you're here now. Yeah, I mean, I know you're crazy busy. You've got kids and everything, so I appreciate it. Yeah, if you just like here, Nate. Looks like you're crushing it with Zig. Is this the WASM backend you mentioned? Yeah. Let me just show you like really quickly what I'm doing, Nate, because you might find it kind of cool. Okay, so I'm recreating this game here from the Super Nintendo days. This is my favorite game of all time. It's called Uncharted Waters. You have a fleet. You go around the world, and like you can do trading and pirating and all kinds of stuff. And you have 6 characters, and each of their stories in the game crosses with each other, etc. Pretty cool game. I really love it. Highly underrated in my personal opinion. So I'm recreating it, right? And I'm purposefully doing it like with the hardest possible things I can think of to do it, because it's fun and because you learn a lot, right? So let me just refresh this. So you know, I've started with just like a simple grid. You know, like Pirate Software talks about this all the time. Just start with the most stupid thing. I think one of his games literally kind of look like mine. But this is running off WebAssembly, right? So what I'm doing right now, I literally have some, like I have Zig, and you know, I compile a bunch of stuff here. There's a whole bunch of stuff going on here. I won't get into it because I don't want to like purposefully keep you up too long. But yeah, I compile this guy, and then it generates a WASM, a WASM WebAssembly file, and then I load it up. Where do I load it up here? I load it up down here, and then you just map your JavaScript functions onto the exported functions in Zig here. And anytime you make a call into from one of these JavaScript functions, what you're literally doing is reaching into the WebAssembly code and triggering it, you know, and then it updates the memory blocks, you know, at the low level, at the assembly level, and then you just continuously access that, right? And you ship data back and forth. So when I do the whole like move up, move down thing, what I'm literally doing is sending a command to the WebAssembly version to this Zig. I think I even have it here. Move, like here, right? Move, and then I update my entity, and then in the JavaScript code, I get on the next frame, I get the updated position, right? And it's all in WebAssembly, right? And then I just use the JavaScript and the DOM as a renderer. So what this means is that I can keep the core components of the state of the game and the functionality inside of Zig, and I can replace it with any front-end renderer I want. So I could update this to WebGL, I could move this over to a desktop, I could run it in Electron, I could run a terminal. It doesn't matter because all the non-graphical portions of the game are here, and then I can just render the graphics as I want. So that's what I'm doing. It's pretty cool. And I'm picking, like, a lot of people go with like Canvas, right? To render like all this stuff. No. Screw that. I want to go hardcore mode. I'm going to do straight up DOM. This is just like DOM. these entities are DOM elements. Okay, like this stuff is not going to be canvas, you know, with GPU accelerated by default. Like I have to pick and choose every single performance gain and thing that I want, and I want to make the DOM like I want to prove that if you put enough effort into it, even the DOM can kick butt and run like a game. And then just for just a little chef's kiss, just a touch of multiplayer. Exactly. Just a touch of multiplayer, right? Yeah, none of those fancy new APIs. Yeah, this would run in IE6. Exactly. And the point isn't that I want to prove that like you should do this necessarily, or that like this is the way, like this is the way to do it. What I'm trying to prove here is that difficult, complicated problems, if you're choosing them on purpose, you can learn a lot from them. And on top of that, we have a whole bunch of technology available to us, and we're not even tapping like a fraction of what we can do, which is something I've been talking with Jordan about, the other person in the chat. Anyways, I don't want to keep you up too long, man, Nate. I just wanted to show you that because I thought you might find that interesting. That's what I'm doing in my streaming, and I appreciate you being here. Yeah. So what I'm trying to do is figure out how I get. Okay, I've got a pointer to my, yes, I've got a pointer. I know where this lives in the memory block. What I do not know, is the length, and I need the length. Wouldn't it be something like, isn't size of? Type of? It's type of? And then what? Pointer cast? I think it's something like this. I have to get the size of the type of the pointer to the pointed entity, which is going to point to that particular entity. I think. Let's say. Okay. So what I think I want to do is, if this happens to work, then what I should do is just pop this in here, and then I'll just comment out this one and keep it, just in case I want to use it. Then what I have to do, thanks Nate, have a good night, man, I appreciate it. Then what I have to do is I've got to go and build this guy. So let me go build it, which is in another screen, unfortunately. But that's not going to work. Pointer cast must have a known result type. That's the error I'm getting. Can I just... Yeah. Can I just do this? What if I just do this? What if... Oops. Okay. Will the compiler freak out at me? Expected player type. Found test.entity. Of course. Of course. This is not working the way I want it to. This really isn't. I just need to get... You know what I could do? If the struct is going to be consistently the same, what I might be able to do is just return type of entity. right? I could just return that because I know like the struct size itself probably won't change, and that does compile. So if I come back to this, yeah, so I come back to this and then I'm gonna run get entity. Yeah, no, it's returning 0. Nope. Nope. I'm trying to think this out. I could. What could I do? What could I do? I could pop this into a block of memory. Then I could get that block of memory. Let's see, Jordan. If you manually move a square from left to right, you can use the delta time, delta position to generate an event. And from a slide view, you can replicate a source that defines a jump height on Y, time on X. Keep that graph, make a new graph, write a function, tweak it until it looks like the other one, that you manually moved, which looked almost perfect but wasn't scalable. Right, it's kind of like a formulaic normalization of interactions done in the game where the formula recreates the same effect as if you were manually manipulating it. Yeah. Okay. I had to just send a message there. So if I can't get it, if I can't get the size of that, oh boy, I'm really trying to think this out. I can't like. I feel like I'm not even doing. Oh, this would be very strange if it worked. A pointer to a pointer. Yeah. What I could do. You know what I could do? I could literally just point to it. This would be so weird. And then what I could, let's see if this builds even. No. And I'm not even sure I'm using size of correctly. Let's say size of. I don't think I'm using size of correctly even. I'm not even sure I'm using type of correctly, honestly. Or size of. U size times 2. Okay, so maybe that's fine. And I know why, and now I'm realizing what I'm screwing up with type of. Type of pointer to pointer doesn't really work. Goals to reduce the resistance between an idea and its realization. Sometimes you just want to draw and move things that should help you get there because it's real work, has real value in a sense. I agree. I completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah. So literally if I do that, okay, so 0, 4. Hey. Right. I just wasn't thinking it through. I'm not in the right headspace. So I need to get the size of the type of whatever I'm pointing to. Right? Right. And so technically these two should return the same thing. So if I, okay, so I got to build it and then refresh. Yeah. It's 4. Yeah. So with that, what I should be able to do is if I go down to the end, we know we need 4, but what we want here is get entity data length. Yeah. This can be so weird. So many brackets, but whatever. It'll do. It'll do for now. Just want to see if we can. Okay. So what I should be able to do is this, and I should get basically the same results. What am I? Oh. I'm not picking the. Yeah. I shouldn't have named both of them like that. Okay. -1. Okay. 10. That's strange. What kind of data lives here that it would shoot me such weirdness? An artificial? Weird, I'm not sure. Am I doing anything weird with it? Nope. Nothing weird. Yeah, this is odd. is very odd. So either I'm returning, either the return is returning stuff that doesn't make sense, or there's something else going on. Oh. I wonder if it's the functions. Yeah, it's probably the functions, isn't it? Functions. Weird that that's 10 though, and that's not 10. What if I cast it? Just out of curiosity. So let's build it. What am I doing wrong? Oh, not enough. No difference. Still full. I mean, this is fine. I don't mind it being. I don't mind it returning as an I-32. Oh. Okay. I think I know why. Let's say. Let's say that we add some extra. I would expect to see a different size block of memory returned. So yeah, let's refresh. Oh, really? Interesting. say that I just add some more data. Let's just see how much data does it take for the memory block to grow. One of the trickiest problems I have to think about is running multiple programs at once. I feel like views should make that useless. Maybe all you have is like a team up session. There's panes, which are different views. If you're playing game mechanics as views, you could pause and have an overlay when editing stuff, maybe, because sometimes you might want to watch a video in a small view while doing other things, or view an image while painting for inspiration. If you've broken down the nature of the if you've isolated the if you've isolated the like the cue, the animation state or whatever by itself, you can simply like create a window that, like, you could create like a frame or a window or something that, regardless of where it is, references the things that need to be run for a thing to move between states. So then it doesn't matter whether it's embedded or not. For example, something like that. Okay, so that built. So let's still. But that is not possibly true. And I can prove it. Yeah. So it's still not right. We're still not returning the right amount, the right length for the data. And even if we went like crazy hot, tells us that what WebAssembly is telling us is not accurate. Yeah. And even if I did, like, say, just to like really set it apart. Okay, that built. Let's just refresh. Let's just see what we get. Yeah, there's 22, right? And there's 33. So you can see it's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it, but when we call the length, it's only saying 4. Right, so if we just leave this alone and leave it as is, and then we go look at what this size is, I guess what's happening here is that the size of the struct is not equivalent to the size of the actual instantiated entity using the struct. What I could try to do is, instead of type of, what if I just referenced it directly? Not entirely sure if this is going to actually work, to be honest with you. The type found test entity. Yeah. Can you get the length of what, instantiated struct? I mean, I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around this, and it's late and I'm hungry. All I want to do is get the length of this thing, get the representative memory block length of whatever this struct is. For example, watching a stream could be conceptualized as another step of frame simulation where network data. There's a second step of rendering. Where a second context can be drawn. My goal is to do parallel and do all steps, not doing async. That makes timing much. Oh, I see what you're saying. That's more complicated, but I suppose that's possible. Yes. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a sec here. I just need to see. No, 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 no. I'm just trying to figure something out on my Twitch. Okay, it's fine. I don't need to sort that out. Okay, so back to this. Crap. I just need to know the size. Yeah, that's fine. I'm not worried about that. Type of is, yeah, that's fine. I really don't want to have to go down to pulling in the individual portions of the struct to reference it. That would be so annoying. And I'm sure I could figure out another way to do it. I'm just not finding it in Zig. Size of that. I don't need to do that size of. Could I? Somewhere around here, I already have a length of something. Length. Oh, that's because that's an array. That's not going to work. To get length of what? Of memory of, I don't know, variable, I guess. No, I don't need to do that. Pointers. Unknown length pointer. It points at an arbitrary, maybe? The pointer to it, but I just want to get the, I don't want to get the length of the pointer. So slice is referred to as unit with a third element. Raw unknown length pointers are best avoided in Zig. Slices are much safer, easier to use. Going back to rusty orders, here's some code and associated memory layout. But that's an array, not a struct. To make it generic, we walk up to the middle point, swapping since swap can't do that. Okay, let's do one more memory layout that uses std mem reverse. So maybe this is what I need to be doing, is an std mem to pop it into memory and then get its length. Oh, but then I'm popping it into memory twice. Yeah, I really don't want to do that. Ugh, I wish. This is a skill issue on my part, for sure. This is a skill issue, and I'm not looking in the right spot, and I'm kind of stumbling around hoping I find the right thing. Mem equal, string literals, no, multicode, no. I'm using, I think, 10, so let me just look here and see. There's something about memory. This is arrays, this is pointers. Yeah, I have okay, slices might be what I'm looking for. Type of slice, expect. Okay. That's an array though. Array pointer length, which points to that. Using the address of, a slice gives a single item pointer, while using the pointer field gives a many item pointer. And from pointer, so you could just go, I see, so it's just telling you what you could do. And then how would I determine when how big a struct is? T is a slice which has a runtime known length. Okay. Sentinel terminated. Okay, I don't think this is what I want. Now, maybe they'll do something weird with a struct here that I can use. Size of empty does nothing. Nope. Yeah, I can't seem to figure it out. So I'm either stuck, I'm either relegated to I have to return individual aspects, or I'm just not Googling this correctly. Zig get length of struct. Yeah, size of a struct is wrong. Byte offset. But it looks like they've already fixed it, so packed structs. I ran into this. integer back. Let's see, how are people... Yeah, it's just size of. Literally just size of the struct. Okay. Okay, so I probably... Sorry, I had to look at a call. Can I just... Should just be entity. Like this, but I think I've already tried this though. So, see on the return. $32. Now, got it. I don't... Is this going to return? Okay. Okay. Now, because I'm returning it as what? As I32. I could return it as a U size. Okay, so here's something else I could try. I just do this. Watch it return. Yeah. So that I think is the key difference. So what I need to be doing is doing the U size thing. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. Nope. Oh, I see. It's literally just... Okay, let's see if that works. Okay, so what I'm going to do is... Ugh. Okay. That's worse, but... No, that's better, but it's not that... Damn it. It's weird that it's doing this, this thing. It shouldn't... I shouldn't have to be offsetting. No, I should have to be offsetting. That's what I mean. I should have to be offsetting. But I mean, I don't know. It's working, so maybe I just leave it. Maybe I just leave it. You know? Maybe we're good. so if I refresh, yeah, maybe I just let it go. Okay, and then yeah, I don't need to worry about the strings. The strings were just a way to blow up the memory block size, but yeah. Okay, well, I think I'm happy with that as progress for now, because I have a way to get an entire struct, and then as long as I know the memory position for individual pieces of the struct, then in my JavaScript file I can look at that. Yeah, so I can do that. I can work with that. And then if I want to, I can go drill down into the individual aspects of the struct and make and return the length of those individual ones. Jordan, talking about time travel here has helped me clarify my plan and get new ideas. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad. That's great. You've given me some ideas too, man. It was a two-way street. I've got some stuff I need to think about for the game that I like. I definitely want to try. Not necessarily because I have to, you know, or because the game would like, you know, really benefit from it or anything like that. But because it would be fun to try. And I think for the most part, if you try stuff out, and I could implement like a portion of what you're describing in a game, it would prove that there's like a benefit to doing it, you know? So, yeah, I think that's cool. I'm glad you got something out of the stream. You've been my one solid viewer this stream. I'm just starting out, so I don't have a lot of I don't really have anyone. So it's cool of you to stay on. I think I'm gonna have to call it a night because it's late here and I'm tired and I'm slowing down hard. So I appreciate it, Jordan. It was nice to have you on the stream. And you know, hopefully I'll catch you on the next one. Probably not till next week, unfortunately, but yeah. And to anybody else who might be lurking on any one of the other streams, because I'm streaming on Twitter and on YouTube as well. I appreciate the watch. It's been a long stream. It's been 6 hours, so I gotta tired. Yeah, but thank you everyone. I appreciate it. Have a great night, and I'll be back on hopefully soon. Thanks again, Jordan.